Two umpires out there today. Umpire Green, getting ready to get things going. And as we mentioned before, there will be a 42 overs per side encounter. And the power play, the first power play with the first 9 overs, then we'll have the second power play, which will comprise 25 overs. And the final power play will be the last 8 overs. So from over 35 to over 42, 42, sorry, will be the last power play. And from overs 10 to 34 will be the second power play. And of course, the first 9 overs, the first power play. Launch at 1:58 for 40 minutes. So we're looking forward to this game here today. Dominica and St. Vincent and Grenadine Cecil. I think both teams would definitely want to get going with a win.
But definitely, you're starting a competition. You want to start on a winning note. And St. Vincent with a home advantage would certainly look to do that. But Dominica would have other ideas. So it's still early days. We'd have to wait and see how the conditions pan out and how the players adjust themselves to the conditions and the restructuring of the overs as well.
Yes, and Dominica won the toss. They inserted SVG. What do you think about that decision, considering the conditions?
Well, certainly, if I was in the Dominica's position, having had the overnight rain, there should be some moisture around. And I certainly would have inserted the opposition. And I think it's a good decision to have a good look at to see how things would work out, and then they would adjust their games. No more rain.
Yes, we're hopeful that we don't have any more interruptions. Curtail game. And I think one of the things that Dominica would have also considered, other than the overnight rain, would be the fact that if there's more rainfall and the game is curtailed, then it tends to favor the team batting second.
It tends to favor the team batting second. So I think we see the opening batters going out for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, number 2.
My former classmate in school. And I'm sure he'll be very happy to see his son following his footsteps on the cricket field. And I'm sure as a father, he'd want to see him exceed his own performances as well.
Certainly, Bob, I had the experience.
He will be doing the duties, and he'll be bowling to
Thomas. But Alan, so I note very interestingly that looking at the under 19, the guys, they look rather big for their size.
Yeah, that is something that
for their age rather.
We saw then. And for under 15, we do have 1 or 2 diminutive players, but most of them are fairly tall. But it's something that we were discussing before the game, and that seems that the size that you expect from the young men is a bit smaller than when we were younger.
Well, who knows?
All right, so it's the first delivery now. This one outside the off stump, left alone by Thomas, but a good line and length there by Fontaine. There are 2 slips in place. There's a man at point. There's a cover point, a shortish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And there is a mid-wicket as well, and a man down at the fine leg boundary.
So a lot of space between the man at fine leg and the mid-wicket.
Yeah, so you don't want to keep it outside the off stump as he comes in again. And so said, so done. It's a bit too wide, called wide by umpire Williams on that occasion, but left alone there, well alone by Thomas. Thomas, a very diminutive batsman. Short in stature and small in build. But having the task here, opening the batting for SVG. Fontaine comes in again. This one is down the leg side, called wide by umpire. After bowling that wide, overcompensating on that occasion.
Definitely, I think he overcompensated, looking to get it a little closer to the batter, and he's string down the leg side. So it's going to be a challenge for these youngsters in this 50-over format. Really, they have to really keep a very tight line in order to avoid some of these wides.
Definitely. This one is a full delivery, punch back to the man at mid-on. Looked to be a bit of a slower delivery there from Fontaine.
Should have done a bit better with that. Should have been driving it rather firmly straight back, and that should have gotten him off the mark. but played it rather gingerly down to that short mid-on.
Judging from what we have seen from him so far, he seems to be more of a defensive batsman as Fontaine comes in again. This one is on the pad again. Appeal, but not out, says the umpire. Williams seemed to have brushed the thigh pad on the way through to the keeper. But he has changed his line. Based on what we saw from him earlier, he was called for a wide and now he's bowling a lot straighter. And I think with that change in line, maybe he would necessitate
slanting it down the leg side.
Yeah.
But interestingly, so far, I think the bounce and carry to the keeper as pretty good.
Yeah, the pitch looks in good order. Fontaine will be pleased with what he's getting from it so far. This one is played on the offside, but straight to the man at point. No chance of a run. Maybe he's thinking, of the last delivery when he probably should have gotten a run, and he's thinking to himself, well, to get it on this delivery, but no opportunity for a single there. Sent back by Bob.
And rightly so.
So we're in Park Hill, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the northeast, the eastern side of the country. It's Fontaine again. It's a fuller delivery. He's getting off the mark now. He turns this one down to the onside. They're thinking of two. And 2 runs taken there quite comfortably in the end. We're waiting on umpire. No signal from him, so he did make contact on that one. And he's off the mark. It's Thomas.
That should relieve some of his nerves.
Yes, of course. No one wants to make a duck.
So total it should be around 5 without loss. We are in over number 1.
Yeah. 4 without loss.
4.
Yeah. It's Fontaine again. This one, he plays nicely, late. Seem to make some adjustment there for the movement. And they'll get a single, that's all they will be. And so Thomas, he moves on to 3. The score is now 5 without loss. And that's the end of the first over here. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 5 without loss against Dominica.
Pretty good start for a 50 over, 40 over game. Really 5 at the end of over number 1. Batters still looking to get a feel of the pitch in terms of the pace and bounce. So they want to get their eyes in and lay that foundation for the others to build on.
Absolutely. What we have seen so far, as you mentioned, the pitch looks in good order. The carry is good. There seems to be a little bit of movement in there, but I think Fontaine in his first over, I think he just overcompensated a little bit after bowling that wide. He lost his line a little bit.
Yes,
he's
he's certainly, and he's a young man, just still under 15. I'm sure as he grow older and he get a little bit more into this game, he should settle down a bit. But giving away 2 wides in that over, and I'm sure that he would want to make amends in over number 2.
Yes, and the skipper, he definitely want to lead from the front as Jeshon Joseph. He'll be bowling now from the opposite end. And he'll be bowling to Thomas, who, with that single of the last delivery, retains the strike.
And he's on 3. Interestingly, Bob has not yet faced a delivery.
No, he hasn't. This one is outside the off stump. Nice delivery. Good length, good line. Just on about 4th or 5th stump, left alone there by Thomas.
He's been very watchful thus far. And one can understand that it's a 50 over encounter, not a T20. So he has time to observe a few dot deliveries and get his eye in, so to speak.
Joseph in again, outside the off stump. Not as much carry as the first delivery, but a similar area. Call wide this time by umpire Green.
Belatedly.
So another extra to the total. Takes the score up to now 6 without loss. It's basically a mirror field to what we had in the first over. 3 on the on, but instead of a mid-wicket, there's a square leg in place. Joseph again. This one's left outside the off stump. Be interesting to get a perspective that is more behind the bowler to see if he's getting a little bit of movement. away from the batsman. I think that may be the case, but I can't confirm from this angle.
We are looking straight across that extra cover area, so no position whatsoever to judge the movement of the ball, but note that the keeper has not gloved a few of those deliveries.
This one plays it late, soft hands, and Bob will now get the strike for the first time. So single there to Thomas. I don't know if you open the batting at all at any point, Cecil, but if you're an opener, if you have to wait long to face the first ball, it can build up some pressure.
It definitely can build some pressure. I've really opened the batting on a couple of occasions, but being at the non-strikers and looking on, sometimes that little butterflies go through the stomach.
Absolutely.
Can't wait to feel the ball and the bat.
Absolutely. So let's see how Bob copes with that little weight that he had. He is now facing his first delivery into the second over. He'll be facing up to Joseph. He's a left-handed batsman, so
similar to his father.
Absolutely. So some slight changes in the field. Well, the field just changes over. It's the same field. So there's a mid-wicket now instead of a square leg. And the fine leg remains. Okay, some adjustment being made here now
pull
as well.
The square leg out, going into a backward point position. And the mid-wicket is moving to a forward square.
Yeah. And there's a fine leg there as well. So similar feel to what they had for the right-handed batsman, just with the square leg in front of square in this occasion. It's Joseph into Bob. This one down the leg side. Wide call by umpire Green. Seven without loss.
8. We are moving on to 8.
So 8 without loss, correction. Joseph now down the leg side again, so that's 9 without loss.
And really, Alanson, this can be the challenge. This can be the challenge because the left-hand, right-hand combination can really pose a problem for these youngsters.
Yes, just being under 15, I mean, there wouldn't be a large amount of cricket behind you, and you have to make that adjustment every time the strike turns over. So Joseph having to make the adjustment. Let's see how he goes. And this one is another wide. So he's struggling a bit here, Joseph, with the new ball. That line that he had there would have been perfect to Thomas, but now he's struggling to line that up to the left-handed batsman, Bob. This one is a full delivery. He's bowling. Bowl him languidly forward was Bob. He was looking to play that one down the ground, and it was a good line, good length, foolish delivery hitting the off stump, and the SVG team has lost their first wicket. It's now 10-1 in the second over.
Well, I think he was rather casual in terms of that delivery. It was pitched up, and really should have been easing into that and driving it to mid-off. He was looking to get down on it, went under the bat and into the off stump, and he has to make his way back for a golden duck.
Yes, he has not troubled the scorers on this occasion. I think his dad is somewhere around, so it'll be an interesting story when they get home later. But the new batsman coming in, tall, lanky batsman.
Number 8.
It's like Cody Slater. Cody Slater.
Yes, Slater.
Yes, tall batsman. He's batting at number 3. Right-handed batsman, so Joseph will no longer have to think about that rotation of strike and adjusting his line. But the Dominicans will be very pleased with this first wicket so early in the piece, as we have now just one slip in place. Slight changes in the field. It's now Joseph into Slater. Leaves that one outside the off stump. That's a good delivery there by him. This one carrying through nicely to the keeper. And there's no run.
And we see how comfortably he is bowling to the right-hander. He's line, he got right back into line, and good bounce, good carry to the keeper.
Yes, arguably when he was bowling to the left hand, the one delivery that he got on the line, he got the wicket.
He got the wicket.
Comes in again to Slater. This one is a bit wide outside the off stump. Not adjudged to be wide by umpire Green. And so at the end of 2 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 at 10 for 1.
So an over in which he had success, but he struggled really to get his line to the left-hander. But fortunately for him, he got one right, got the wicket, and then he slipped right back into a good line, good length to the right-handed batter and finished strong.
Yes, it was a good over in the end. I think they would take that, having gotten the wicket, even though he went for quite a few extras in the over. I don't think that they will mind buying a wicket at the price of about 5 runs or so for each wicket.
Well,
it would be a cheap buy.
Certainly a cheap, very cheap buy.
So Fontaine, he will continue bowling to Thomas, who has done the scoring so far for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Some slight changes in the field. We see a third man going in now. He has played the ball late down into that area previously. It's Fontaine now again into Thomas. Down to that man at third man. So that's good. That's good field placement, because as soon as they did it, it went there. But there might be a question mark as to whether they should still have another slip, seeing that they got that early wicket. Could still have 2 slips plus the third
Well,
man.
certainly he could have had 2 slips, but he opted for the third man. Saved the team 3 runs, however. And you see Thomas favouring that shot, running it down to third man, opening the face of the bat. And Fontaine recognizing that in the first over, and very early it put a third man in place. But early, I would still have been a bit more attacking than that.
Yes, yes. Especially given the conditions. But we've seen so far from Thomas that, based on what we have observed in the first exchanges, that he tends to play the ball quite late. So around that off-stump area, he's playing with soft hands, and he's waiting to see what the ball is doing off the pitch, which is good for an opening batsman. So the tall figure of Slater. Now on strike. Fontaine is in again. This one is wide down the leg side. Probably trying to bowl a bit too fast, yeah.
Looking for pace on that. Yeah. And losing the radar.
Yeah. And it did go through quite well for, you remember that these young men are under 15. So that one did go through quite well, but just sprayed down the leg side.
And also, to be eligible for this level, you have to be under 15 by the 31st of August 2023. And if you're under 12, you are not allowed to participate.
This one is a full delivery. Strike him on the pad. Not out. Yes, that's very true. So there are chances are that 1 or 2 of the players may be around 15 years old. Seeing that the cutoff point has gone a few months ago. But they're still within the same year. And this one, another one of those fuller, slower deliveries on the leg stump that we saw from Fontaine earlier. He's again into Slater. This one, it's a good delivery. Yorker length, jammed down on it, Slater. He's a tall man, but he got down in time. Keeps it out. Score remains on 12 for 1.
So it's a very good delivery indeed, right up in the block hole. He had to come down hard on it and had to keep it out. He was very successful, and it trickled down to the mid-on position, but there was no run.
This time he's in again. Shorter delivery. Plays it quite late, the Slater, but that one came off the pitch quite nicely there.
Very nicely. I was looking at his run-up, and he looks rather balanced. Very smooth. Good prospects. I'm sure that you within a few years, they continue to work with him. You're going to see him at the under-19 level coming through. But certainly he looks pretty balanced and very fluent in terms of his approach.
Yeah, he looks very athletic. Seems to be doing it quite easily as he comes in again. This one is short. He goes for the pull, doesn't time it. They should be able to get the single. But that one seemed to get onto him just a bit quicker than he anticipated. High on the bat or around the glove area. And one run added to the total. Slater now off the mark.
And the total goes on to 13. 13 for 1. We are in over number 3. And still rather cool conditions. The sun not out in its splendor really. But the players will welcome the whole opportunity of being out in the middle.
Fontaine again. Full of delivery. This one is played calmly down by Thomas in his unique way. And that's the end of over number 3. St. Vincent Grenadines 13 without loss.
Pretty good over indeed.
13 for 1, sorry.
So there's 3 runs in that over. Really keeping things rather tight. Batters still tentative, not really looking to explore and to take the aggression to the bowlers. But one would understand that 42 overs, still a lot of overs to go. And that will be made up with a few wides already. I think already I should have about an over in wides.
Yes, quite a few extras have been conceded. Not saying that you would not necessarily expect, you would probably expect some of that at this level, on the 15 level. And with the conditions as well, with a new ball, learning to bowl a new ball is an art.
Some of the others having struggles controlling that new ball.
Exactly.
And the white ball tend to swing a lot more than the red ball.
So Joseph, the wicket taker, he continues. He'll be bowling to Slater. One slip in place, the captain. Fontaine is at slip. He comes in now. It's another foolish delivery, left alone there by Slater. No run scored. 13 for 1. Getting us slightly more gloomy here at this time, but no immediate threat of rain. But something that the ground staff would have to be cognizant throughout the day. As Joseph comes to Slater. This one is a bit wider. He's playing you might say it's a bit of a lazy shot there to that one. Didn't get out to it. Looking to punch it through the covers, but didn't really have his weight on the back foot. And he's beaten outside the off stump. Well,
definitely. I think it was a bit slow as well. And he was really fanning the bat at that really more get out sort of shot, rather than playing with some purpose.
This time he's driving, but straight back to the bowler, who does the fielding. There's no run. Not one of those loopy fuller deliveries there from Joseph, similar to the length that he dismissed Bob with.
And I think he's fortunate to get away with that.
Striking on the bottom of the bat. Slater essayed that shot. This time he's driving but doesn't find the gap. Slightly better timing on that occasion, but didn't get the placement.
When one looks at Slater, Alanson, I think he's rather tentative coming forward. A lot of the weight is on the back foot. Had he been on the front foot, I think he would be able to play those deliveries a lot better.
Yes, I firmly agree. And he's a tall man, so he could use his height. This time, we'll wait for the signal of the umpire. They're crossing for 1. Call was for 2, but they have declined it. And rightfully so, in the end, the return came in quite strongly. Signal. So 2 wides to the total.
Goes to 15.
15 for 1. Thomas back on strike. Let's look fairly organized so far at the wicket, Thomas. Short and left alone. Not much pace on that occasion. So you're seeing a difference in the pace between Joseph and Fontaine. Fontaine is getting it through quite nicely.
Definitely. Fontaine getting it through, good bounce, good carry. But Thomas a bit slower. And very often seems to be the dropping by the time he gets to the keeper.
Yeah. And if you look at his action, it's not very energetic at the crease. This one is Fuller. Driving is Thomas. Doesn't time it. And that's the end of over number 4. At the end of 4 overs, St. Vincent Grenadines on the 15 are 15 for 1.
So still rather slow going at just under 4 runs and over. And they would want to step the tempo up a little later, having laid a foundation, losing an early wicket in the second over. So these two batters really have some work to do to lay that foundation for the others to capitalize on.
Yeah, I think they'll be very mindful of that early wicket that they lost. So for the next few overs, as you mentioned, they'll be in a bit of a rebuilding phase, but some opportunities are coming that I think that they need to capitalize on as Fontaine, he comes into Slater. This one is full again, pushes it out to the man at extra cover. Feels well, there's the run. Fielding done there by Vince Daru. Both batsmen have been a bit reluctant to drive the ball.
Yes,
and they're getting a lot of driving length deliveries.
They're getting a lot of driving length deliveries, but the weight is on the back foot.
This time is a quicker delivery, a bit shorter but straight, and it's covered up there by Slater. There's no run.
It's something you note from a lot of contemporary batters that they tend to play from the crease, or a lot of the weight is on the back foot, rather than easing forward and driving straight or through the covers and the likes. There are a few players, once you're up in that slot, they are going to drive you down the ground.
It's an interesting observation, and what you'd want to see as well is that if the batsmen are predominantly back foot batsmen, then you'd want to see them being very good on the cut and the pull as they develop.
If you're a back foot player, that is synonymous with a back foot player. They cut, they pull.
This Fontaine is in again. This one is short, left alone in the end by...
Good judgment on the part of Slater.
Yeah, so that one had some pace on it. So he's getting the ball to zip through quite nicely, is Fontaine. And the way that he's bowling and the pace he's bowling, I think that if he bowls to the low order, he may be a handful for the low order.
Definitely. It definitely would be a handful for the low order.
He's in again. Slater. Full delivery this time.
Where are you going?
And there's out. Oh my goodness. You really should have been run out on that occasion. No signal from the umpire at square leg. It was below the waist.
I think it's below the waist. From our vantage point, it seems to be just below the waist.
But a suicidal run really was attempted.
Well, I think he can count his lucky stars. It's Christmas here. I think he got a gift.
Yeah, really should not have been a single. It comes in again to bowl to Thomas this time. Ooh, this one, lovely delivery outside the off stump. Nice carry there by Fontaine. Well bowled.
Well, Alonso, I think with the opening bowlers allotted to have about 9 overs between them, they would have the captain, he would have to manage himself and manage the others, because he's in his third over. At what point he's going to pull himself out of the attack?
Well, it depends on how many pace bowlers they have, because the rules dictate that the first 9 overs have to be bowled by pace.
The faster
exactly.
bowlers.
This one struck on the pad.
Should get at least 2. And that's poor running.
Yeah, should have gotten 2 there. Thomas, he was looking for the 2. I think he's going to have a chat now with Slater, because
I think he was ball watching.
Yeah. And it really should have been an easy 2 as the over comes to an end. Having a bit of a chat now to sort things out, I would say. And score is now on 17 for 1 at the end of 5 overs. So Dominica at this point, they have gotten off to a good start. They have kept things fairly tight, and they have removed one of the opening batsmen.
I'm sure that they are comfortable with the start that they have had so far, in terms of the bowlers keeping things a bit tight, the batters not capitalizing on the few bad deliveries that they got earlier on. So that allows the bowler to settle into a better line, better length, and they continue to mount the pressure.
Yes, while the SVG team will be in a rebuilding phase, as Joseph comes in again. Ooh, very full delivery outside the off stump. Wide signal by umpire Green. 18 for 1 as the wide That extra is added to the total.
Well, Alonso, over the years, we have had the under 15 at 50 overs. Personally, I'm a little concerned with the amount of overs because I take into consideration the number of wides that would come down from the youngsters. And I think at least 40 overs might have been the ideal situation, but the organizers, they're in a better position and make a better judgment than where I am.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something to think about, especially in a case like today, if both teams bat most of the overs, all of them will be struggling with the light.
Be here with some light problem.
Yeah. This one is beaten outside the off stump. Again, looking to run that one down to the third man area, but too close to him on that occasion. It's a naughty shot there by Thomas. But Joseph posing some problems here. This one is outside the off stump, left alone by Thomas. Good delivery there by Joseph.
So one can see Joseph having settled after he got that first wicket, where there was a left-hand, right-hand combination that created a bit of problems for him. Now there are two right-handed batters at the crease and he has looked far more composed in terms of his bowling, his line, his length.
This one is looking for the drive. This one is slightly fuller, but under his bat. So beaten again on that occasion, but fairly full delivery, fair enough to go for the drive, just didn't execute on that occasion. But as you mentioned, Joseph, he looks far more comfortable bowling to the right-handed batsman. This one is driven nicely. Not with much power, but not placed in the gap, so no run is taken.
So a good field placing by the captain for Dominica, realizing that Thomas has that tendency to run the ball square. And there's a short third man, a backward point, and a square cover.
This one is a bit shorter. Doesn't really get up. As we said before, Joseph doesn't have the most energetic action, so when he bowls it short, it really dies in the pitch.
It dies getting to the keeper.
Yeah.
It's nice to see the sun is coming out, Alonso.
Yes, and we hope that it remains with us until the end of the game, for sure. And this one again, he leaves it outside the off stump. No run taken. Not a good delivery. And it's the end of the over there from Joseph. St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 after 6 overs and 19 for 1.
So, St. Vincent and the Grenadines still in their rebuilding stage, having lost a wicket in the second over. And Dominica trying to turn the screws and really mount some pressure on the Vincentian batters. They would want to make some further inroads, but I'm sure that Slater and Thomas would have other ideas. Would want to deny them that opportunity and to put some runs on the tins for SVG.
I do concur as Fontaine continues into Slater. This one wraps him on the pad. Appeal there, but stifled in the end. This one quite high and may also be going down the leg side. Yes, as you mentioned before, the sun is really now out in its full glory, bathing us here at the Park Hill playing field with its brilliance. As the young under 15 players look to make a mark here in this competition, the WINLOTT under 15 competition. And this one is another sharp delivery there from Fontaine.
Almost cutting him in two.
Absolutely. He's getting it to come through. Every now and again he bends his back just a little bit more and gets one to come through appreciably to the wicketkeeper. And he seems to be getting a bit of seam movement based on the way that Slater played it. Of course, we are not right behind the bowler or in that angle. In fact, we are more backward of square leg. But based on the way he played that, as you mentioned, it seemed to come in off the seam. Reinforcement in that square leg area. Will he use a short ball? Ooh. Play on a miss there from Slater. It's a fuller delivery. Looking to drive, but not really forward, as you mentioned. And weight back. Not looking to drive with much conviction. And Thomas is going to have a word with him again.
Just literally threw the bat at that. But fortunately for him, didn't get a touch. But this competition, Alonso, a bit of history, was started the Windward Islands under 15. The first tournament was in 1995. And it was a 30-over affair at that time. And slow delivery there, and he just watches it go by. Product of that under 15 tournament back in 1995 were the likes of Romel Currency and Devon Smith.
Yes, I Romel, my former schoolmate as well. At that point, he would have been in grammar school in his lower forms.
Yeah, and that first tournament was held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well.
Nice. Yeah, I remember seeing Devon Smith bat. I'll get back to that in a while. This one is a short delivery. It's wide. It's well over the batsman's head.
A wide now signal by the umpire. So rather belatedly. I think he was green indicated to him that it was over the batter's head. And it came rather belatedly, the total onto 20.
Yes. Yes, I was saying that I saw Devon Smith bat when he was just about 20 years old playing for Windward Islands. And I said to myself at that point, boy, this looks like our next great batsman in the West Indies. But, you know, didn't materialize to that.
When
this one is driven uppishly. Single taken.
It's right. I think Slater has to be careful because he seemed, whenever he gets the bat on the ball, he tends to run. And that was hit straight to extra cover. And he took off. Rather belatedly, Thomas came through because the fielder really didn't collect it cleanly. When I saw Devon Smith at under 15 and 1995, I said to them, this is a player who's going to reach far. And he actually got up to West Indies level and really disappointed in the end, really.
Yes, as you mentioned, I saw him at a little bit later on, probably 4 or 5 years later, when he was just about 19 or 20 years old. And I said to myself, well, this is West Indies' next great batsman.
In fact, he made Windward Islands at age 17.
Yeah. And when I saw him, he was playing for Windward Islands at that point.
He was already playing for Windward Islands. I encountered him again at the under 19 level. And certainly was a force to reckon with, drove fear through a number of the bowlers at that level because he was already playing for the Windwards.
Absolutely. And so this competition, as you mentioned, with your history lesson, is really a breeding ground for players, not just for the Windward Islands, but potentially for the West Indies. And so it'll be good to see some nice young talent coming through as we have Joseph continuing now. Leaves it alone, does Slater. 21 for 1 after 7.1 overs. So they have really put a break on the scoring, the Dominican team. Slater has been looking to be aggressive, but his execution hasn't been what he would want it to be up to this point. This time he drives, and he's, oh my goodness.
Just clearing the head of the fielder.
Goes for 4 runs. Yeah, that's the first boundary for him. Yeah. And as I was mentioning, he has been looking to be aggressive, but his execution has not been what he may have wanted it to be. And on this occasion, he was leaning back on the drive, just barely clearing the man there at a straightish cover. And
very fortunate.
Could have been dismissed.
I think he could count himself very fortunate indeed, just clearing him by a few inches.
This time he leaves it alone outside the off stump. As you mentioned, he's a very tall batsman. I mean, considering his age, that he's only around 15 years old or so. Looking at his height, I would assume that he has more to grow. And so he really should be using his height to his advantage and reaching out to those deliveries more on the front foot. Joseph comes in again to him. He's looking to put this one on the onside. Appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Green.
And again, he just confirmed what you're saying. That stride is not in. Had he had that stride leaning into that, he could have easily walked it on the onside. Tend to be playing from his crease.
Yeah, he's a tall guy. He has a wide stance. So this one hits it firmly, but straight to the man at mid-off. So he misses out on that full toss. Joseph will be counting his lucky stars.
Well, I think he would be very disappointed with himself, not making better use of that.
He's looking to pull this one, and he's out. Oh my goodness!
That didn't
looking to
get
hit
up.
that one behind square.
Yes, it was short, but it didn't get. It stayed down actually, and he was looking to pull. That hit somewhere between the knees.
Yes, I'm looking at the bowling of Joseph. If I'm batting Joseph, I wouldn't be pulling him. Because as we mentioned before, when he gets the ball into the pitch short, it dies in the pitch.
It dies in the pitch.
Doesn't really get up.
Exactly.
As opposed to Fontaine at the other end.
Who would come on to you.
Yeah.
But that's the way it is.
So Slater is dismissed. Score now 25 for 2. The new batsman who comes in.
Charles, number 15.
Yes. Any relation to you, Cecil?
I'm not sure. Certainly
Charles?
not sure. So success for Dominica, 25 for 2, and we are in over number 8. And in fact, it's a final delivery for over number 8. And we see a change in bowling at the northern end.
Yeah, so
the number 10.
Yeah, 25 for 2 after 8 overs, and Dylan John will be bowling now from the northern end. So 2 wickets in his opening spell for Joseph. He'll be very pleased with that for sure.
Definitely would be a happy man.
So the slip has been dispensed with, at least for the batsman who is in, which is Thomas. The new batsman is yet to face since they over-ended with that dismissal. And as we mentioned, Slater, he never really looked settled at the crease. That's a good delivery there to start from Dylan John. Has that nice pause in his action as he's about to deliver. He has a good action there, Cecil.
Yes, certainly from the very first delivery. Looks pretty smooth. And getting it right from the word go.
This one is a loud appeal for LBW. Not given by umpire Williams.
I'm wondering if I just didn't hear 2 songs. Inside edge into the pad. You see Charles now coming down to have a word with Thomas.
It's a very good start so far from Dylan John. He has a nice jump into his action, gathers himself. And I'm liking the action that he has. With that type of action, I think if he continues to bowl, then he can get some pace a little later on.
As he grows older.
I think that may have been what the chat was about. I mean, we just lost one. So let's just dig in. Let's go and see how deep we can take it.
Start afresh.
Yeah. So in case you're just joining us, the score is 25 for 2 in the 9th over here at Park Hill. St. Vincent and Grenadines on the 15 batting. Dominica on the 15 bowling. It's a nice looking shot. Well judged single. Once it beat the man there at extra cover, it was always a run. So good batting by Thomas. So far, he has looked very composed and quite organized.
Definitely looks very organized. I'm just wondering.
Exactly. So it might be just another brother.
Who knows?
Carrying on the legacy of Dad. And so round the wicket to the left-hander. Punching uppishly. Very good feeling. Tight single. And he should. Oh my.
It's a no ball. But he can be run out on a no ball.
The appeal is still up. And he's out.
He's given out.
Yeah, he's out.
He's given out because
he's out. He's out. So we're hearing the and so that's the end of Thomas, who we were just speaking about having a good start. 27 for 2. 27 for 3 now, actually, here at the Park Hill playing field. And the new batsman coming to the crease is Ahmad Boye Williams. And we heard a loud shout as he went out to bat. I believe it was his mom who was cheering him out as he went out to bat. Okay, or another family member who was cheering him out to bat there. So 2 new batsmen at the crease. Thomas, who has been there from the start, been dismissed, run out. Throw coming in and hitting the stumps direct on that attempted single. Yeah, some consternation there from some members in the supporting crowd, but I think from our vantage point, he was clearly outside of his crease. Yeah, yes. He was clearly out.
So it's a free hit for snowball of the game.
So John Boye, it's a free hit. Goes for an almighty swing, and that's the inside edge. Not the easiest thing to face your free hit off your first delivery, especially at the under 15 level. Most of these batsmen are not naturally aggressive or hitters of the ball, especially at that age group. So to face a free hit off your first delivery, he was looking to swing that one away, but really, in the end, just got an inside edge. Wasn't in a position to really hit it. John again. This one is Fuller. He's punching it. The man at mid-on. There's no run. And over is now called. So that's the end of the over, is it? Waiting on the umpire. Yes, the end of the over. 27 for 3.
Over number 9, going at 3 runs and over. They have lost 2 wickets. And certainly not what St. Vincent and the Grenadians would have wanted. For 3, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, they have actually lost 3 wickets. And that's now the end of the power play, the first power play. 9 overs have been bowled, 27 for 3. Looks like Joseph will continue. Yes, he will continue. And on this occasion, he'll be bowling to 2 new batsmen. As we have Ahmad
Boye Williams,
and we have at the other end Jordan Charles, who came out just before him to bat. And Williams, or Boye Williams, he's at the striker's end. He's a left-handed batsman, tall. Looking at the field as he's about to take strike. And that was the end of the first power play. So now we're in the second power play. They could have a few fielders outside, but they have elected to keep most of them in, given their position. This one is flicked off the pads. That's a lovely shot. That's gone for 4.
It's really a gift, and you say thank you.
Yes, and so far, although I've just only seen 2 or 3 deliveries from this batsman, he looks a bit more aggressive than the others. Looks like he has a game that can actually put some more pressure back onto the opposition.
Definitely, I think you need someone to put some pressure on the Dominican bowlers. And we saw Charles getting that, gave a full toss, and he just whipped it over a mid-wicket and down to the fence for 4. So he was off the mark, and that would do his confidence a world of good.
It's full delivery there on that occasion. And once you get that over the infield on this side of the pitch, there's not much distance for it to go. And it was away for an easy boundary for him. And it was Boye, actually, on that occasion, Boye Williams. Or is it Williams Boye?
It seems to be Jordan Charles, with number 15 on the back of his shirt. Boy Williams at the non-strikers
end. Okay, yes.
Sporting number 6.
Yes, Charles on strike. And Charles is a left-hander. Williams is a right-handed batsman. Charles looks good so far. Nice looking forward defense. He looks technically correct. Yes, and looks like an organized batsman. He's getting forward, which we haven't seen from most of the batsmen thus far.
It certainly look the more composed of the two. And he would want to stay there for quite some time.
And he faces up. He's playing with a straight bat. He's looking quite organized. Like what I've seen from him in a few deliveries so far. SVG will be wanting him to bat as deep into this innings as possible, given where they are now 31 for 3. Scoreboard is still saying 2 wickets, but we know both openers have gone, along with Slater. Oh, and that's one is uppish. He's gone. Played a half-hearted shot, that one. If he had gone through it, he would have cleared the man again and gotten some more runs, but this one played it, uppishly to the man at mid-wicket, and now he's gone.
And that was the captain, 14, who placed himself at mid-wicket, and he got a dolly.
Maybe he saw something with that first shot that he played. He was lifting it over the man at the short mid-wicket on that occasion. But on this occasion, it was a bit fuller. Didn't get the elevation, nor did he hit it on the ground. So it was betwixt and between, neither one nor the other. And another wicket gone down here.
31 for 4.
Yeah, for SVG under 50. And now they're in really dire straits here at the Park Hill playing field.
And we're in the 10th over. And really, I think one of the things I've noticed is that the captain Fortune, when Charles got off the mark with that full toss, hit over mid-wicket, he was coming back to the boundary. Then he changed his mind, went closer in. And there was Charles just tucking it right into his arms.
So he took a neat catch in the midriff area. But that's good field placing. If indeed it was the captain who noticed that and not somebody from off there in the support staff, then that's good captaincy from a young man.
He certainly has impressed so far in terms of his captaincy, his whole approach to the game. He has started the bowling for Dominica, and he looks a leader.
Yes. Making the changes in the field. He's gone now into the shortest extra cover region. New batsman, very diminutive. Ooh.
So over number 10 comes to an end with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's in a spot of bother at 31 for 4 at the end of over number 10. And Osnet, welcome to the commentary box.
Yes, good morning to you, Mr. Charles. And welcome to all of viewers around the Caribbean seeing this broadcast. St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 team in a bit of a bother here all year on in this encounter.
So it's going to be Boy Williams to take strike. And just looking at John, who is going to continue from the far end. And he got a full toss, drives it to mid-off. There's no run. And what we have seen so far, Kato, is that the batters have not made full use of those full tosses.
Yes, and it goes back to having a sort of intent that as a batsman you need, regardless of whatever format of the game you're playing, you still need to put away those loose deliveries, and so far the Vincentian batters has failed to do that.
He's driving square, and well stopped by the man at point. And you can see the Dominicans, they are buoyed by the success that they have had. And they're really giving support to one another, and really St. Vincent and the Grenadines not able to break the shackles.
Indeed so. Definitely need a partnership here from these two, just to give them a semblance of a total to really defend later on this afternoon.
He's looking to cut that. I think a little too close to him for that shot. Luckily for him, he didn't get a touch, taken cleanly by the keeper. Another dot goes into the scorebook. 31-4. We are in over number 11. And really, these two would have to spend some time at the crease and try to rebuild. Build an innings, put something on the scorecard so that they have something that they can defend later on. And he's driving. Again, a lot of bottom hand in that one. Tugging it from outside the horse stump to a mid-on, not timing it. Another full toss, really. And the pressure continues.
Just not getting his timing right so far. We mentioned the technique displayed by some of the top order batting so far, not being able to really take full advantage of some of these full tosses. But he's still there, and hopefully be able to put together a long innings here for the Vincentian team. They will definitely need some sort of partnership. 4 wickets down. Whatever total you think they will have in mind, given what we have seen so far?
Well, given what they have seen so far, I'm sure that they will still look to get up to at least a 150 or anything above that, and try to defend that. But I think one of the problems we have seen is that the batters, I think they're looking for more power rather than placement. He's defending very nicely. There was Bowie and pushed it back to the bowlers. So the over comes to an end at the end of over number 11. It's 31 and maiden over.
Yes, very good over there from John. He has been impressive so far. He has really backed up the work done by Captain Fontaine in his earlier spell.
And also that Joseph, who has had the success, having picked up some 3 of the 4 wickets, the other going by the run-out route.
So it's all about seeing off these bowlers really for the Vincentian batters and seeing what the spinners have to offer. So far, just the seam bowling options we have seen being utilized by Captain Fontaine. Bowlers have been able to extract a bit of pace, a bit of movement as well. Although it must be said, we have seen a couple of soft dismissals from the Vincentian batters.
Very, very soft dismissal. So, two of the faster bowlers, they are allotted 9 overs. 2 bowlers can bowl 9, the other 3 can have 8. And it's going to be Joseph to continue. So he have had some success. Picked up 3 wickets so far. And good forward defensive shot there by Tittle. Looks very compact there indeed.
Very much so. A short man, diminutive in stature. But I'm sure he himself will be looking to just give himself a chance really. Getting used to the conditions here. Used to the bowling as well.
And he watches this go by and taken cleanly by the keeper. So far, I think the keeper has impressed. He has looked pretty organized.
Yes,
a few deliveries dying on him, really didn't glove them well, but I think so far he has looked pretty good.
Yes, he has been able to negate the differences in pace that we have seen from the bowlers at different ends.
Naughty shot. And misses it. And that's the thing about Joseph. You note whenever he's back of a length, he does not get the bounce and carry that we saw from the other 2 bowlers from the other end in Fortune and Tom and John. And so that one again dying on the keeper.
I think he's the slowest of the 3 seamers we have seen so far.
Definitely.
What has happened is that he's been able to get the ball in the right areas on most occasions, getting a bit of movement away from the right-handers as well. That forced dismissal was a typical right arm over the wicket delivery, coming back into the left-handed bob. So he has been impressive so far, despite his lack of pace, relatively speaking, to the other seamers we've seen.
The thing about it, when you lack pace, what you need is control. You have to make up with something, your level of control and consistency. I think that's what worked, and he has done that well to the right-handed batters. I think the only time he struggled was when he bowled to the left-hander. That was off the outside edge. They are through for 1, down to 3rd man. So after about 2 overs or so, the first run on the board, and they greeted with a round of applause.
So. Yes, a relatively good shot there from Tittle. Mentioned looking very composed. That delivery on the line of the off stump, managing it to get it down to the man there at short third man. So he's off the mark. 32 for the loss of 4. Over number 12 completed. So slow going so far. The pitch and conditions perhaps not as conducive to stroke play as we've seen in previous occasions, but very good bowling from the Dominicans all up.
Definitely, but I think the pitch we had quite a bit of rain in the northern side of the island over the last few days. So I think on the ground it's still a bit soft, but the condition.
As John continues.
And Tittle gets a full delivery. And he guides it out to backward point. There is no run. So the sun trying to come out in its splendor. And it would be a welcome, it would really be welcomed here at Park Hill, where we had some rain, and you really want to have a good day. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in particular the host, would want to come away with a victory, but we'll wait to see. Again, he's guiding out to backward point. Good full delivery. And not with a lot of power. And there is no run. And the total remains on 32. I think we're struggling with the palm branch competing with us at the scoreboard.
It's 32 for the loss of 4. 12 overs completed into over number 13. But earlier, Dominica, they won the toss and elected to field first.
Beautiful delivery. And there's a loud shout for a catch at the wicket. Umpire remains on move. And the keeper there looking a bit shocked. But it was a beautiful outswinger. He fished at it. Good bounce and carry, and well taken by the keeper. But the batter is still there.
Yes, thankfully for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he's still there. A very good delivery, as you mentioned. We've seen that from bowling from that northern end. The bowlers have been able to extract a bit more pace, a bit more bounce. The carry to the wicket keeper there is better. That delivery once again pitching and moving away from the right-handed batter.
Yeah, that was driven nicely between the extra cover and the mid-off. Mid-off had to cover some grounds on his left, but one understands the youngsters at a senior level. You should have gotten a run there, because once the fielder has to move to his left, which was not his natural hand, he would have to collect and then transfer to get it in, but it's still no run, so the pressure continues to mount. And there he is forward, guides it back out to point. There is no run.
Yes.
The fine number 13, just to ascertain the name for the Dominica. Pascal? Yeah. So it's going to be Pascal. Looks a big youngster for his age.
Yes, well built.
Another seamer. So he's going to take over from Joseph. And he will be bowling to Boy Williams. So let's see, there's a man on the third man boundary. There's a backward point, square cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a forward square. Man on the fine leg boundary. And he's cutting at that, missing. Half-hearted appeal by the keeper. The umpire, Green, not interested.
Yes, I think what we have seen from Boy Williams so far is that he has played a lot of shots, but he hasn't just been able to get his timing right. I think he just needs to settle down a bit, get used to the new bowler, as we mentioned, get used to the conditions here at the Park Hill playing field, and definitely some runs would be on offer.
So let's look at Pascal. That's outside the off stump. He watches it go by. I just want you to have a look at Pascal again while he's running in. He seemed to start out rather quickly, and somewhere within the middle of his run there's a few stutter where he slows down. Seem to be depending heavily on getting those shoulders in it when he gets into that delivery stride.
Yes, very good observation. Not really flowing through the crease, as they would say. Attacking the crease.
And that's lifted, and my word, gifted, slow delivery, and he was looking to drive, not timing it, just hitting it to square cover, who took a simple catch and the Vincentian SVG slip a little further into the mire, 36 for 5.
Yes, we were just mentioning the fact that he has played a lot of shots, Boye Williams. Was trying to go over extra cover, perhaps too early in his innings, not getting used to the conditions as yet, and just spooned a simple catch there to the man on the extra cover circle. So another wicket for the Vincentian. This thing further in trouble at 36 for the loss of 5.
So it's going to be Jarez Batiste who is making his way out in the middle. So really not the sort of start, 36 for 5. We're in over number 14, and if things continue this way, Cato, they would be out well before we get down to that 42 over mark.
So definitely need a partnership here between these two. We just mentioned that in the previous pair that was at the crease. Joris Batiste, a left-handed batter. We'll be looking to just build somewhat of a partnership here with Tito, Delroy Tito. Vincentian's under severe pressure here by the Dominicans this morning.
Pascal, and he's just driving out to mid-off, and there is no run. But certainly one looks at his size and how easily he can be fooled by size, really. You look at his size and you would want to think that he has a good ton of pace, speed behind him. But so far he looks the slowest out of the lot we have seen.
I think what we've seen so far, two of the slow bowlers, slow seamers actually operate from this end, while from the opposite end, you've seen two bowlers with a bit more pace. So I'm not sure if it's coincidence or it's an intentional ploy from Captain Fontaine.
So there is Pascal, muscularly built, and certainly good height as well, but not having the pace that was anticipated. So the batters would have to look at him very carefully. Down the leg side off the pad, they threw for 1. Let's wait on the signal from the umpire. It comes now, that's legs buys, and the total just inches on to 37. Pretty slow going.
Yes, slow progress here from the Vincentian team as another over comes to an end, the end of the 14th over. After being inserted this morning from Dominica, they are now 37 for the loss of 5.
So Dominica must be very confident and very satisfied with their work so far for the morning, and they continue to see how much pressure they can place on the Vincentians. So John will continue. He has not yet gotten among the wickets, but he has kept things very tight.
Yes, he has been very impressive. He's really attacked the wicket, attacked the batters here. There's a bit of pace as well. So Captain Fontaine will be pleased with his outing so far. I think his captaincy has been good as well.
He has shown good leadership skills so far. And we see Batiste, the left-hander, he's on strike. And John decides he'll come around the wicket. That is outside. You have some driving, half-hearted appeal by the keeper. More out of ambition rather than purpose.
Definitely so. Batiste is actually from these regions, these parts. Joris Batiste. So the home support would definitely be needed to spur him on to something special here this afternoon, hopefully, from a personal perspective as well as a Vincentian perspective.
Here is John, and he pulls out, he misses his run, and dead ball signaled by umpire Williams. But Batiste, there are quite a few Batiste who have represented St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the under 19 and under 15 level. One quickly comes to mind is Otniel Batiste. Yes, Keith Lavier. There are quite a few others who I have encountered. And he's bowled him! And St. Vincent in serious trouble here, Cato, at 37 for 6. Really something, one has to do something about this batting.
Another soft dismissal there. Joris Baptiste really no sort of foot movement on that occasion. Stuck on the crease. A delivish back of a length and a bit of an inside edge crashing into his leg stump. So another wicket goes for the Vincentians.
And it's also always been one of my fears in relation to under 15 cricket. There are 50 overs. I think it's quite a lot of overs for the guys at this level. And but the organizers would know better. And I think it's an opportunity, trying to give them that opportunity to play a lot more cricket and to bat long. But so far they have struggled.
I think struggle is a understatement here. 37 for the loss of 6.
So play held up momentarily because John gone to get a change of shoe. He has done so, and he's making his back out to the middle. And
your batter is Jason Hoyt.
And so Hoyt now joins Tittle. Tittle, if you did synonyms in school, tittle, little. It's a little tittle.
Tittle will be hoping that he can forge some sort of a partnership here with Jason Hoyt. They've been calling for partnership for a while. No partnership of note really from the Vincentians so far.
We have not had that partnership so far in the innings, so it's really one that you would really want to see from a Vincentian perspective. So John is all set and ready, and Hoyt would now face his first delivery. And you can see John now going back over the wicket to the right-hander. And that rather ungamely shot outside the off stump, not making any contact and taken cleanly by the keeper. And really, I'm looking, I'm seeing number 11. Is it the captain who has done the gloves?
Yes, I think he actually, we'll get back to that after its delivery. Well, on the team sheet, he's actually slated as a captain and a wicket keeper and a fast bowler as well. So a multifaceted cricketer.
Definitely.
It's good to see at this level.
Definitely. So he has opened the bowling and he has now taken over the wicket keeping gloves. So very versatile indeed. Hoyt is driving, not with any power, and the bowler himself fields, and there is no run. The total remains on 37 for 6. So when you have someone like the captain in your squad, it gives you that opportunity where you can play that extra batter or a bowler.
Indeed so. Opens other opportunities for the players.
And he's looking to drive, not cueing it well, and it bobbles out to mid-on. The over comes to an end at the end of over number 15. It's 37 for 6. Cato really a struggle going uphill.
A huge struggle indeed for the Vincentian team so far. Just hasn't been able to forge any sort of significant partnership along the way, and partnership, as you know, are critical in whatever form of cricket you're playing. Still have 27 overs. But this game was shortened. Yes,
is that Mount Everest?
But it's a shortened game. For those of you joining us late, we had some overnight showers caused a delay in play here this morning. The Dominican team, they won the toss and elected to field first. A decision which is proven to be a good one so far.
A very good one. So here is Pascal. And again, there is Tittle just fishing outside the off stump. And there is no run taken cleanly by the keeper.
So seamers being utilized so far. Haven't seen any sort of spin. But the seamers have done a job for the captain. So I don't think we'll see spin anytime soon. And it's refreshing to see that as well.
Yes, so Pascal. And Tittle watches it go by, and a wide signal by umpire Green. So eventually the total moves off 37. It's now on to 38.
Yes, I was saying it's refreshing to see a bit of seamers being utilized. Traditionally, we've seen a lot of spin being utilized in these tournaments, and even throughout the tournaments in the Caribbean. So the fact that we have seen 4 seamers so far is a breath of fresh air.
Definitely, I want to agree with you wholeheartedly. We have seen a lot of slow bowling at all levels throughout the various competitions. I'm not sure how much of the Independence Masters you have looked at, or even the local Masters competition. They too a lot of slow bowling.
Not to show that the Vincentian batters today, they've welcomed that change, because so far they've struggled to really cope with the seamers being utilized by the Dominican team. This is a full toss once again, and a misfield there at mid-off. That was by Frederick. So a single in the end, a bit of confusion there by the batters. The running between the wickets has also been an issue for the Vincentian team. This hasn't been able to call with any sort of conviction so far. But another single added to the total, 39 for the loss of 6 here at the Park Hill playing field. A lovely playing field. One of the more recent playing field erected here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Located on the northeasterly side of the island. As he's swinging this one again, and thankfully for him, just falling short of the man there, Lewis at mid-on. Not the most highly recommended shot you've seen.
Well, I was looking for it going somewhere over mid-wicket, and it just simply lobbed short of the man at coming in from mid-on. Lots of advice being given to stay on bat. There's still a lot of overs to go.
He's moving into line once again there, Hoyt. Doesn't really exert a lot of confidence from a Vincentian supporter's perspective. Very unorthodox in his approach. Tito, on the other hand, he has looked a bit more assured, a bit more composed, but has been starved really of the strike in the last couple of overs. This one is outside the off stump. Well played in the end, must be said, by Hoyt.
The Dominicans are really enjoying it, Kato, not being able to get the batters not able to get the ball off the square.
Yes, and I think that's something we alluded to all in terms of the captain not really spreading his field. He's not been forced to do so at any point in time, despite being in a power play, a second power play. A short delivery and another
wide signal by umpire.
It's really hard to describe that particular shot. It's not really a full-blooded pull shot, as they would say. But I guess it's his unique way of playing that particular shot.
Well, he just had a swing at it, really. And we're looking at the field placing. There are just 2 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. In the man on the third man boundary and the man on the fine leg boundary. Everyone else inside that 30-yard circle.
So delivery outside the off stump once again. Watchful from Hoyt. End of another over. And at the end of the 16th over, the Vincentians, after being inserted earlier, they're 40 for the loss of 6.
And really, we are going at a snail's pace. And we really need to see a good partnership. We need to see some intent from the batters if we are going to get a pretty decent total on the scorecard. But so far, the intent has not been there. And they are really struggling to get a decent total on the tins.
Agreed. Just an update on the other game played at Cumberland, St. Lucia versus Grenada. The last score that we saw was St. Lucia 47 for 1. So a much better start from the St. Lucians there, being the defending champions as well. The Vincentian team will be hoping that they'll be able to recover at some point. As this one is full and playing across the line to that delivery tizzle. Loud appeal from the Dominicans. Umpire Williams signaling not out.
Well, I was having a chat with Alonso a little earlier, where this tournament, the first Windward Island under 15 started in 1995. St. Vincent and the Grenadines came out victorious in that. They were the winners of that tournament. And he's swinging at that down to mid-on, straight to the mid-on fielder. There's no run. That was Tittle, and
Yes.
There is no run. And that's where you saw the emergence of the likes of Romel Currency and Devon Smith in that competition.
Yes, this tournament has been a breeding ground for a lot of our players, both at the local level, regional level, and to a greater extent, the international level. So hopefully some of these youngsters in a few years' times will be seeing them.
And
This
down
one
the left
again
side
is
thing. He's giving out LBW. It's taken on the pad. John gets among the wicket. And it's now 40 for 7. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines really staring down the barrel at this particular juncture.
Staring down the barrel indeed. Another dismissal there. Tittle, we mentioned he was looking quite composed and assured at the wicket. But on that occasion, maybe should have been forward to a delivery. Just skidding on to him there from John. Another wicket goes down. So 40 for the loss of 7 here at the Park playing field, the Vincentian in dire straits.
Very much, very, very serious straits. The number 11 makes his way out. That's Tyrese Hackshaw. And I recall that and you will be very familiar with Keith Lavier, who also came through the under 15, played for the West Indies under 15 as well, with the likes of Ramnari Sawan. And I think Keith Lavier at that time was the outstanding batter. And a number of persons over the years who have come to St. Vincent and the Grenadines for cricket continue to ask about Keith Lavier, and really was one of the prospects you were hoping to go further and to really represent and to see me even at a West Indies level, but for some unknown reason never got to that point. But he was an extremely talented cricketer and played under 19 cricket as well, and was a very competent, very composed, very aggressive batter at that time. So Hackshaw comes to the middle. He looks around the field. Seems to be a tall figure. Waits on John. So John, and we can see some change in the field. It's a left-hander. So let's see, there is a third man on the boundary, a backward point, square cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a man on the fine leg boundary. So it's a 5-4 field to the left-hander. Hackshaw and John would bowl round the wicket. And there he is, just reaching rather ungamely, but successfully keeps it out. Total remains on 40.
Well, I think what we've seen from both of the batters here is that it's the beginning of the tail, as they would say. Normally we like to refer to teams these days having lower order batters, but both of the techniques that we have seen displayed so far doesn't really exert any sort of prominence. And there's still this one again.
He's defending to mid-on, and there is no run. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines under real pressure here at the Park Hill playing field in one of the opening game of the tournament, the Windward Islands under 15 tournament, hosted by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines at Park Hill in this encounter against Dominica, really struggling at 40 for 7 in the over number 17. And that's wide outside the off stump. He watches it go by. The over comes to an end. So at the end of 17 overs, 40 for 7, really not what the management of the team really expected and wanted at this particular stage, Kato.
Yeah, it's not really going anywhere, as they would say, the Vincentian team. The Dominican team, they've managed to actually pick up wickets at regular intervals, and at the same time they have managed to control the scoring rate as well.
Well, a few of the wickets are being gifted. It's the Christmas season, so maybe early gifts.
As I think
the batters, you see no sense of permanency, no determination. Again, we may well have to look at our structure in terms of cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the grassroots level, and see what you can build to strengthen that team. So we are going to see the first over of slow bowling and spin. We see the number 7.
Well, we spoke about the versatility of some of the Dominican players. I think this number 7, Aidan Barton, he was actually the wicket keeper all year. So we've seen a change of roles really for Captain Fontaine, and now we're seeing Barton, a vice captain as well, coming in to bowl some spin for the first time today.
So, and I like what I see from the Dominicans. I like the versatility, because you really want to see players who can adapt and who can play multiple roles in the team. So let's see. Here he is with the very first delivery. In. And he's out caught. Very first short delivery. Again, no intent there by Tittle. Looking to pull half-heartedly. Lobbed right back to the bowler, who took an easy catch, as if he was taking candy from a baby. And we are in further trouble at 40 for 8.
So another soft dismissal there from Hoyt. I think we kind of saw that one coming, given the nature of the show play he has exhibited so far. And Vice Captain Barton coming in with his first delivery and basically being gifted with a wicket. We spoke about the gifts that have been served up so far, and the Dominicans, they have grabbed them with both hands.
Definitely. And we see Roberts making his way out. And their catching have been good. And they have taken all of the catches offered to them so far. We have not seen a drop catch.
It also must be said that none of these catches really were shots hitting any sort of anger.
There were no difficulty in any of them, really.
But as you said, catches win matches. And even at the international level, we see from time to time easy catches being spilt by international players. So it's good to see that the all-round game, the all-round effort really coming together here this morning, the Dominicans.
Yeah, they have really played as a team. Good team effort so far. And really, Dominicans should be refreshing. Had a good talk with their manager this morning, Thomas Kentish, former Windward Island off-spinner, and Dominican off-spinner as well. But he's looking to swing that inside edge. And there is no run. So Robert seems to walk to the middle with some purpose. Perhaps not deciding to push around, but to see if he can get some bat on, some willow on the ball.
Well, he's a big man, a muscular figure. So hopefully he'll be back in his instincts.
Goes back, he's beaten. Good, well taken there by the keeper. And that one spun past the outside edge. And there is no run, still 40 for 8. We are in over number 18. He's playing down to third man, wants a single, and in the end they will get it. Again, the Cardinals in committed there by the fielder, taking his eyes off the ball at the last minute. And that bubbled from him, and they were able to go through for 1. So Roberts is off the mark. And Haksha comes back into strike.
That's 41.
So he now moves on to 41.
8.
And if the rate at what we are going, Kato, we may have an early finish.
It's definitely looking that way. I'm sure both of these batters would have other ideas.
He's driving at that, not taken by the keeper. They're gone for 1. They should get at least 2. And Haksha, let's see, it's from by signal. But I was watching very closely to see if Haksha had made his ground. Or if one would have been signaled short, but he just seemed to get that bat over the line. And so the total moves on to 43. 43 for 8. And we are in over number 18.
I guess realistically for the Vincentian team, it's just about batting as much of these remaining overs as possible. and trying to get to some sort of target, something that the bowlers can really bowl at, and maybe 75, 80, or if you're being greedy or over optimistic, perhaps 100.
Well, I believe I'm an optimist, but it's going to be a real uphill task getting up to 100. I would really love to see that. It's a low order performance, and here he is actually forward defensively, plays it back to the bowler as the over comes to an end. So at the end of over number 18, 43 for 8.
Yes, a successful over there for the vice captain, Aidan Borton, getting a wicket of the first delivery of that over. The two batters at the crease, they've managed to really keep him out in their own unique way. Haksha there with another forward defensive shot, finding the middle of the bat. Not really in any sort of recommended position, as they would say. The coaches here looking on. But all is well that ends well. That particular over 43 for the loss of 8. They'll be looking to prolong this innings as long as possible to give themselves something to bowl at.
So John will continue as the sun is with us. So good conditions for cricket. Not the sort of scorching sun that really would sap the energy. But here is John. And Roberts taking on the pad. He's given a W. And he gets inside the right tie, just above the knee roll. And he's given out. So it's 43 now for 9. And I was questioning. I looked at it. And I'm not sure about the height.
Yes, I think that is the only issue we'd have there. Roberts being a relatively tall man. I see him nose in that area just above the knee roll. But in the eyes of the umpire Williams, I judged it to have been going on to hit the stumps. So the Vincentians, they lose another wicket here. And as I said, the London Bridge is falling down here in Park Hill. 43 for the loss of 9. Last man going in there, Matanaya Stapleton.
But coming back to that dismissal, I'm not too sure if I heard a double song. I want to know if there was any bat involved. But if there's no bat involved, I think my only question would be the height, really. But the umpire is in the perfect position. We are looking over square leg position, and up went the dreaded finger. So Matanaya Stapleton makes his way out to do battle. And really, we're very close to the end of the innings. Not sure what can transpire here. Can we see some flurry at the end of the innings from these two batters? John, having success, would now bowl to Stapleton. And he's looking to swing that wide signal by the umpire. Yes, a wide signal now by the umpire. The total goes on to what, 44? 44 for 9. Not the sort of positions St. Vincent and the Grenadines were envisaging at the start of the innings. But they have really had a dismal performance in the opening encounter. And he's edging that down to third man. He'll get a single, so he's off the mark. And the total moves on to 45. So yes. 1-2 Stapleton. It's Haksha. Is he yet off the mark?
Yeah. He's yet to get off the mark.
He's yet to get off the mark, and he has been there for a while now. So he's still on 0. And 45 for 9.
John has been very impressive. Seemed to be a very fit young man as well. Running off from a rather long length.
For he's almost at the 30-yard circle. Seems to have struck outside the off stump. Umpire Williams walks away, not having any interest whatsoever. And the total remains on 45. We are in over number 19. In lovely conditions here at the Park Hill playing field. Having had some early showers this morning. But things have, since the rain has abated, and the sun is now with us, so conditions have improved significantly. and he's driving, and there is Haksha wanting a single. It's not there, and there is no run. So the total remains on 45. Really,
it's one of those situations where almost every delivery you sense that something is about to happen. Given given what we have seen so far from the Vincentian batters, that's the impression that we get looking on.
And he's looking to drive that, not timing it well. It bobbles out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think, if I can recall, Kato, there was 2 boundaries in the Vincentian innings so far.
Yes, and that really is testament to how well the Dominicans have bowled, and how I don't want to say poorly the Vincentians have batted, but some of the shots, as you mentioned, left a lot to be desired, and a bit more application would really have resulted in a different outcome.
This time he's forward defensively, plays it out to mid-off, and there is no run. Seems as if the lower order should have been coming a little higher, because it still looked far more composed than some of the middle order batters that we saw earlier.
Yes, so the end of the 19th over, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15, they are 45 for the loss of 9. Haksha is there on yet to score, and Stapleton, he's there on 1. Dillon John with figures of 3 for 8 so far. So
3 for 8.
Yes, so he hasn't really given anything to the Vincentian batters, and he's been able to penetrate the batting order at regular intervals.
And I think one of the boundaries actually came off his bowling, so I think that is a testimony of how well he has bowled. He has kept things very, very tight indeed, and it's going to be Burton to continue. Over number 20, 45 for 9, and who is taking strike?
Stapleton on strike.
Stapleton on strike.
It should be an interesting over.
And he's driving, he's bowled him. Bowled him, it's all over by the shouting. So in over number 20, after 19 overs and 1 ball, Vincentian have been all out for 45. Yes, so 45 all out, and certainly the Dominicans will be very, very happy with their performance, and I'm sure they would fancy themselves coming out here and getting those 46 runs for victory with consummate ease.
Yes, impressive from the Dominicans. From the moment they won the toss and elected to bowl first, they've been on the money. Opening bowlers really bowled well in tandem. The captain Fontaine and Joseph really put the brakes on the Vincentian scoring from a very early stage, and they were able to pick up wickets at regular intervals. The Vincentian batting never really got any sort of partnerships going, never really were able to exert any sort of pressure back on the Dominicans, and as a result they have really crumbled for 45. A very disappointing effort here from the Vincentians. Very,
very disappointing effort from the home team, and the Dominicans will come away victorious. And in terms of the statistics, the score are not very close to us, where we can give that the sort of bowling figures. But really, I don't think any of our batters actually got into double figures.
Yes, and that's disappointing. It's the type of thing that we spoke about in terms of at this level you need a bit more application from these youngsters. They're still learning the game, but it was definitely not the type of performance we were looking forward to here from the Vincentian team, given the type of support that we have there for them today at the Park Hill playing field.
So they have been dismissed for 45. We would have a 10-minute break, and before we have Dominica replying in the second inning. So we anticipate an early finish. So until the start of the Dominican innings, we take our break here at the Park Hill playing field.
Yes, welcome back to the Park Hill playing field where we have the Windward Islands Cricket Board WINLOTT under 15 competition. And the St. Vincent and the Grenadines have been dismissed for a total of 45, in case you missed it earlier. And Alston Bob, he was dismissed without scoring. Bowl Jashon Joseph. Zach Thomas, he was dismissed for 6 run out by Arsenio Fontaine, skipper for the Dominica team. Cody Slater, he was LBW Jashon Joseph. Jordan Charles, 4. Slater had made 7 before he was dismissed. And Ahmad Williams, he was dismissed without scoring. Court Marshall, Bowl Pascal. Tittle, he was LBW Dylan John. Teese, he was Bowl Dylan John without scoring as well. Jason Hoyt, he was caught on Bowl Aiden Burton without scoring. Tyrese Sackshot was not out without scoring. Shane Roberts, LBW Dylan John for 1. And Mataniah Stapleton dismissed for 1. How about the bowling, Osnet?
Yes, the Dominican bowler, very impressive here this morning at the Parkway playing field. Captain Fontaine batters. Jashon Joseph, 6 overs, 3 for 18. Started the bowling very well. Started the slide really for the Vincentian team. Dylan John, very impressive again. 6 overs, 3 minutes, 3 for 8. Really gave nothing away and was able to chip away at the wickets. Elon Pascal bowled 2 overs, 1 for 3. And then the vice captain, Aidan Burton, he took 2 wickets, 1.1 overs for 1 run. So an all-round effort really from the Dominican team in terms of their bowling.
Yes, very good performance by them, and they will be elated with this performance, and they will think that they're in an excellent position to start off here with a big win against the hosts, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, while the SVG team will be looking to try to get something out of this game still, having only made a paltry total of 45.
Yes, they will want to make things as difficult as possible for the Dominican team. Don't want to just lie down and allow them to really achieve this total. So they want to pick up a couple of early wickets and something to really write home about moving into their next game. So it's Haksha. Haksha there, number 11, sporting on his back. Coming in from the southern end. The 2 batters here for Dominica. Burton, vice captain, had a very good spell, a short spell, but a very successful one with the ball. And Nian Davis. So, captain for the Vincentian team, Jordan Charles. He'll be looking to work his magic here. Wasn't amongst the runs, but he'll be hoping that his leadership skills can afford some sort of comeback for the Vincentian team. This one is a wayward delivery, a bit of pace, but lack direction really, and not the type of start they were looking forward to. 4 wide signal by umpire Green. So Dominica, they're up and running, 5 without loss. Yes,
but Haksha looks to have a ton of pace. I'm looking to see where the keeper is standing now, but that one got down to fine leg pretty quickly. Maybe the keeper should give him himself a yard or 2 extra.
I think also the fine leg was pretty square. Maybe needs to be a little bit straighter, given the fact that he's coming around the wicket as well. Seemed to have a rather slingy action. We'd like to see that again. As once again, direction really lacking on these first 2 deliveries. That one, the wicket keeper there, Hoyt, coming across this time to prevent any sort of extra runs. But they get an extra run in the form of a wide as well. So 6 without loss, not the start the Vincentians were looking forward to.
Not at all, but I think that it might be better served for Haksha with the angle that he's bowling and the extra movement to come over the wicket. Angle it across and get it to come back into the left-hander.
This once again, delivery just moving down the leg side. So getting the ball to move appreciably from our vantage point here, but just not starting it on the type of line that he really needs to. That delivery perhaps flicking the pad. That would have caused some excitement there for the slip fielders.
Yeah, the way he's bowling, if he could get that on the stump, I think that he'll pose some problems there for the Dominican side. He has the advantage of the wind blowing, aiding that inward movement into the left-hander.
That's a much better line, a much better length as well. Wicket keeper Jason Hoyt there, fumbling a bit. So you were speaking earlier about giving himself a little bit more space, because we clearly can see that Haksha here is walking up ahead of steam. So as the wicket keeper, you really need to be mindful of where you're standing as it relates to the bowler.
Absolutely.
And it's bowled. A wonderful delivery. Just as he was saying, Alanson, if he gets these deliveries on and about the off stump, he gets that ball to come back into the left-hander. A low shot, it must be said there from Burton, but all the success for the Vincentian team.
Yes, that delivery, pitching just outside the off stump, coming back in, and as I said before, because of that movement that he seems to be getting, and the pace at which he's bowling, it's not as rapid as what we saw from Fontaine earlier, but it's still a good enough pace at this level, on the 15 level, and that one came in appreciably, beating Burton's forward prod and taking the off stump. That's an excellent delivery there, and a big wicket for SVG, and out steps the captain Fontaine to replace Burton, his deputy.
Well, just the start that the Vincentian team would have spoken about in their team meeting before the start of the second innings, and first couple of deliveries a bit wayward, but so far in the last couple of deliveries we've seen that he's managed to get his radar right, and we'll be hoping that he can continue in that vein, and he'll definitely pose some problems here for the Dominican top order, as you mentioned, Malanson.
And the Dominican skipper is out. He's a right-handed batsman, most accomplished of their players at this level, and he'll definitely be wanting to at least throw a little bit of water on the fire that Haksha is creating right now, with that initial wicket and the support of the home supporters there.
This one is foolish length outside the off.
That one bouncing well short of him. Should take a step or two in for Roberts.
So what will this delivery bring? As we've seen a lot of action in the 1.2 over so far. It's a good delivery on the line of the off stump. And Nyan Davis there moving from one extreme to the next. So a big agricultural swipe really on the previous encounter. And now watching it go outside the off stump.
Yeah, left alone in the corridor of uncertainty, as coined by the great Jeffrey Boycott. Should be an interesting next few overs also, as the Vincentian team, they're really buoyed on the field.
But it's been an interesting 1.3 overs, Alanson. So definitely, as this one is signaled wide outside the off stump, and I think your point is duly noted as it relates to where the wicketkeeper here, Jason Hoyt, is standing. The last couple of deliveries really dying on the way to him. Had to use his pads.
Mm-hmm. And I think that if he continues to be that far, one or two, somewhere along the line, they're going to fall in front of him and go through him for 4 byes. When you have only 45 runs to defend, a target of 46 for the opposition to get, you really have to be looking at these things. So maybe some of the off-field.
This one again is down the leg side. Come through for a single. I think it will be signaled wide again from umpire Williams. So just losing his radar here in this over. Shane Roberts.
Yeah,
there's really no scope for that sort of thing given the small nature of the total that they're defending.
Absolutely. Everything has to be protected. And that is why I mentioned the keeper as well. They wouldn't want to be conceding 4 extras as a result of him being too far back. And it's something I think that the support staff really should pick up on pretty quickly. If not somebody on the field, one of the other players, and tell him to take a step or two in. But that one was down the leg side. Looking to bowl maybe a little too fast, Roberts. Doesn't seem to be an out-and-out very quick bowler. Strong young man, seems to be. But seems to be one who hits the pitch, not one who will kiss off the surface at any great pace, especially on a wicket like this one. So should just try to concentrate on bowling a good line and length.
There's a change of angle here from him, coming around the wicket to the right hander. Another full toss of the outside the off stump, and there goes Fontaine, stroking this one comfortably through the offside. He comes back for a second, so he's up and running, and 2 more runs added to the total. 12 for the loss of 1, win over number 2. The Vincentian team really succumbed to the Dominican pressure this morning. All out for 45. Very low total. Trying to make the most of it, these opening bowlers. Perhaps trying a bit too hard as well, which is understandable. As this one is a good delivery outside the off stump. Pitching and moving away with the angle. Beating the outside edge of Fontaine.
That is where he needs to be. Precisely there, as we have some rain joining us now. on the field. Is that a warning for him for running on the pitch?
Yes, it appears to be that way. Maybe the angle coming around the wicket, just making it a bit difficult for him to really get off that danger zone, as they would call it. So something that would be at the back of his mind. So it's 12 for the loss of 1. And Dominica responding to 45 made by the Vincentian team. This one is on the line of the leg stump, and there goes Fontaine comfortably behind that one. So it's the end of a mixed over, really. And at the end of it, Dominica responding to 45 made by the Vincentian team. They are 12 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, I thought I saw a signal from the umpire square leg, green, that there was one shot when they took that 2. So something to verify with the scorers. We're a little bit of a distance away from us here at Park Hill. But we will confirm that score as we go along. So a fairly quick start for the Dominican team. In pursuit of a small total, they require another 34 runs to win. And I think all 10 wickets have to be taken by SVG if they are to defend this total.
So it's that man again, Tyrese Hackshaw. Tasted some early success in his last over. He'll be looking to continue in that vein, and I'm sure the Vincentian populace here at the Park Hill playing field will be hoping that as well. Two batters here, Nyan Davis and Captain Fontaine. They'll be looking to really nullify any sort of early threat that is posed by the Vincentian bowlers. This one is beating him outside the off stump once again there. Good delivery, good pace, good carry there to the wicket keeper as well. So Hackshaw just has been able to find his range to get that delivery just on about the off stump where he needs to be. And we've seen a bit of outward movement against the right-handed batters.
Yeah, he's getting the ball to move. And unlike some of the other bowlers who really are hitting the surface hard, he's getting the ball just to kiss the surface and go through to the keeper. And that is making it a bit tricky here for the batsman, the movement and the fact that he's getting the ball just to kiss the surface. So there's not a great reduction in the velocity as it goes down to the keeper, as you would have with somebody who is hitting it hard into the pitch.
But just looking at the field, Lance, I'm seeing a man there at square leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. 2 slips, a gully. I'm wondering if...
5-4 field right now. I think a 6-3 field would be... If 5-4 field right now, I think a 6-3 field would be more suited to the angle that he's.
And Davis there being watchful on this occasion. He needs to be a bit fuller than that if he's really to pose any sort of significant threat.
Yes, he just needs to remember that delivery that got him the first wicket, and just adjust the line for the right hander just a little bit, pitch it maybe around middle, and with the movement that he's getting across the right hander, then it will be a feature for delivery.
This one again is outside the off stump, a bit too wide on this occasion. Starting wide, and that movement that we've seen so far, that appreciate the movement, taking it further away. So umpire green and signal wide. So another one added to the total. 13 for 1. As this one again is outside the off stump, and there's Davis a bit tentative on that line, and I guess Hackshaw's aim would be to find that line as consistent as possible.
Yeah, that one just getting a little bit of movement of away, as we mentioned before, that Hackshaw, he's getting that movement. What he has to be mindful of is not going too far down the leg side, expecting to go across the right hander.
As this one is hitting straight to the man there at mid-wicket. Another wicket there for Hackshaw. The fielder there. Stapleton, yes, Martinez Stapleton, taking a rather simple catch in the end. And Davis' innings comes to an end. Never really looked settled at the crease. And another wicket goes for Dominica. They are now 12 for the loss of 2.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that one was a bad delivery actually on the leg stump, but as we saw from Charles when when St. Vincent and Grenadines were batting, just turning it quite easily into the man there at short mid-wicket, not getting over the ball or getting under it to go over the top. So betwixt and between, as we mentioned, and there goes Davis, and it's another one down for Dominica.
Yes, another good breakthrough there for the Vincentian team. Hackshaw with his tail up, really. Bowling a very good line here, a very good length. We spoke about the fuller length delivery being a threat for him because of the movement that he's getting. On that occasion, maybe starting a bit too straight, and the batter there looking to aim somewhere between mid-wicket and mid-on. Just not getting the type of connection that he wanted, and presented a very simple catch there to Matanaya Stapleton, who took it with both hands there at short mid-wicket. So the new batter is Darwin Lewis. Yes, a left-hander coming in. So the Dominican top order seem to be alternating in terms of right and left hand combinations.
Well, one of the things I could say about that dismissal, based on the movement that Hackshaw is getting, we don't have the position where we can see how much movement he's getting specifically. But if that delivery actually moved across him, maybe he was aiming a bit square on that shot.
This one's a short delivery. A very good start there. Loud appeal. Umpire Green is unmoved. So just testing the middle of the wicket there, Hackshaw.
Nice short delivery. What I like about that delivery as well, it wasn't the fact that he just bowled a short delivery, but it was very well directed. The batsman had to take evasive action, which he did well in the end. Credit must be given to him, but it's a good delivery there from Hackshaw.
Yes, as our commentator normally says, right across your breakfast plate, Goni Hines. As we see Hackshaw again. This time perhaps a slow delivery, attempted slow delivery. Just losing his delivery stride on that occasion. And a wide bin signal here from umpire Green. It's a very eventful first couple of overs here in terms of the response from the Vincentian team.
Well, you could say that the game is quite exciting at the moment. It's all happening here at Park Hill. Could see that, wickets are falling, excellent deliveries being bowled. There misses, close calls. Really, it's an exciting time.
This one is outside the off stump once again. And beating him there, Lewis, just not really coming forward with any sort of conviction in that stroke. And it's the end of another over. And at the end of the third over, the Dominican team, they're 13 for the loss of 2.
Yes, 13 for 2. And you mentioned that he didn't come forward with any conviction, but I think that short delivery that he got early up may have caused him to have a few second thoughts about just prodding onto the front foot. It is something we didn't see a lot from the Vincentian top order in terms of coming onto the front foot to the fuller deliveries. But the Dominicans, they seem to be wanting to do that, but noting that we saw from Hackshaw that short delivery in the previous over, just reminding him, the batsman, that I'm here and you can't just prod onto the front foot against me.
Rightfully so, as we see in a change in bowling. Appears to be Matanaya Stapleton. This one is short of a length. And Fontaine is back and plays it out to the man there at backward point. Yes, Stapleton. I'm sure he'll be buoyed by that catch. That catch earlier to dismiss Davis. 13 for 2 into over number 4. Captain Fontaine will definitely have a role to play here for the Dominican team. He's perhaps one of the more experienced players in this setup. So they'll be looking to him to really weather the storm, as they would say. This delivery is getting down to the man there at deep fine leg as we await the umpire's signal. Umpire Williams signal wide. So the wicketkeeper there just not getting across in time to really prevent those extra runs. He's had a difficult day so far. I mean, it's only in the 3.1 overs completed, but he has been in the wars, as they would say.
Yeah, I think that his positioning needs some work. I mean, the young players, he's only under 15, but I think that he's a bit too deep to the medium pacers.
This one is outside the off stump once again. That one dying before gets to wicketkeeper Hoyt. Another wide signal by Williams. So really no room for all these extras from the Vincentian team, having to defend such a paltry total. They will need to get all facets of the game together in a very effective and efficient way if they are to really make a game or even go on to win this encounter. It's a better line, a better length.
And again, the keeper takes it on the second bounce. And I'm saying we have seen this now for almost 8 or so deliveries, and this is very early in the game. And I'm disappointed that somebody hasn't already passed that message on to the wicketkeeper that he should come forward a bit.
Yes, because Stapleton doesn't seem to have this sort of pace that we have seen from Hackshaw from the other end. So it's definitely worthwhile to come forward and try and perhaps take these deliveries in a better position, as we see once again that delivery falling short of wicketkeeper Hoyt.
I'm not going to comment on it again, Osnet. We'll just continue with the game because
Darwin Lewis, very watchful so far. His captain is at the other end. I'm sure Captain Fontaine will be speaking to him constantly, trying to just get him to understand what is required at this point in time. It's a fuller delivery this time and a bit wide. It's actually a no ball signal, so not the best of start from Mathinaya, sorry. And a free hit signal there from umpire Williams.
Well, he started off the over bowling to the right hander and he bowled fairly good deliveries to him. But now that he's bowling to the left hander, he seems to be struggling to make that adjustment and transition to bowling to the left hander.
So Lewis here has an opportunity to swing for the fences. It's a free hit. Remember, you can't be dismissed from a free hit unless it's via the run-out route. As he's swinging across the line on this occasion, not with any sort of efficiency on this occasion. That delivery. 17 for the loss of 2. Vincentian team earlier, they were skittled out for 45. Now joining us after being inserted from the Dominicans. We'll get an update on the other game in a while for you. Remember, St. Lucia playing Grenada down at the lovely Cumberland playing field. As Stapleton once again coming in, bowling outside the off stump, and umpire Williams for a while seemed to be thinking about a wide, but thankfully from a Vincentian perspective, his hands remain by his side.
Yeah, looking at the field, quite a standard field, 2 steps in place. They need to take the wickets here in order to get themselves in the game. They especially would want to get rid of the captain, Fontaine, who has looked quite steady and composed at the wicket thus far.
This one again outside the off stump, a wide delivery. So just not getting his bearings right here, Stapleton. Both bowlers from that Northern and Alanson hasn't really been able to exert the same sort of pressure and influence and threat as we have seen from Hackshaw from this southern end.
Yes, I do concur with you, and one of the things that they have to be mindful of is that the wind blows the deliveries. As he's bowling there now, he'll be blowing from leg to off for the left hander, and so he has to make sure that he's pitching on the stump. Once he goes a little bit too wide outside off stump, then with the wind, it will definitely be a wide outside the off stump for the left hander.
So much as this one again, wicketkeeper Hoyt not gathering cleanly. Batters thinking about a second as we await a signal once again from the umpire. This time another wide, so on both sides of the wicket he's struggling here, Stapleton.
Yeah, I think on that occasion it was just a bit of overcompensation. Seeing that he has been bowling all those wides and looking to get straighter to the batsman, but going a bit too far to the leg stump, going down the leg side eventually, and being called wide. He now will have the right-handed batsman to bowl to, So let's see if he's more comfortable in that regard.
This is a better delivery. And once again, dying on its way to the wicket keeper, and the over finally come to an end. And at the end of it, the Dominican team, in response to 45 being made by the Vincentians, they are 20 for the loss of 2.
Yes, 20 for the loss of 2. They only need another 26 runs, which, barring anything extraordinary, they should be able to get. But cricket, as we know, is a game of glorious uncertainties, not to overuse the cliche. And so anything can happen. It only takes one delivery to get a batsman out.
Very much so, as we see Haksha coming to start his 4th over. His 3rd over, actually. There's been so much action so far, and so I'm getting ahead of myself in terms of the number of overs.
I do believe you.
This one again, just missing his run-up. So from time to time, we're seeing that his run-up is not right. He's overstriding, as they would say. And it's just a matter of him pulling out of that delivery. But went ahead and misdirected it outside the off stump. Another wider to the Dominican team, also running a single as well. So 2 more runs added to the total, 22 for the loss of 2 into over number 5.
Just looking at the field, there's a slight change, reinforcing the offside field, which is right. We have said that maybe in the last over that he bowled, that he's getting the ball to move away from the right hand, and instead of a 6-4 field, he should at least have a 7-3 field. 5-4 field, correction. He should at least have a 6-3 field.
That's a better delivery there from Haksha. When he gets his run up right and his action right, he's definitely a handful. But on a couple of occasions so far, we have seen that he's missed his run up, but he still chose to actually went through with the delivery and misdirecting. That's a better delivery once again. That movement that we've spoken about, still there for him. We're just into the 5th over. And Captain Fontaine very watchful on this occasion.
Yeah, the captain will be thinking to himself, I just need to make sure that I'm there when we get to 46. So he has not lifted a bat in anger. Just seeing that the runs come as they come, whether from extras or off the bat. And making sure that he's there to guide his team home.
Another good delivery there on this occasion. A bit too wide. An umpire green signal wide. So just losing his bearings, and as you mentioned, it's just a matter of being there as the captain, Fontaine. We've seen that the Vincentian bowler so far has bowled a lot of extras, so the scoreboard keeps taking over. So no need to do anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, absolutely no scoreboard pressure either from the fact that they're getting a lot of extras, or the total, which is they require at the beginning 1 point something runs and over, and now they require less than 1 run and over in order to win. So no scoreboard pressure whatsoever. Just needs to stay there, and it's another wide from Haksha. Looking now that as if he's trying to bowl just a little bit too quickly. He started off well. Just needs to settle again.
Extras playing a key role here for the Dominican team in this run chase. The Vincentian team just hasn't been able to exert consistent pressure on the batters so far. But this one is a very good delivery this time. And Fontaine covers up. There's a bit of rain, a bit of drizzle coming across.
Just a bit more persistent than it was earlier. But I think they will try to stay on as much as possible because of the fact that, there aren't many runs to go. And, it seems to be blowing over.
This one again, he's playing comfortably. Out to the man there at cover for no run. As we see in the groundsmen making their way down to the covers. That's always an indication of the level or degree of threat that we are currently under.
In my opinion, they should continue for a bit longer. Seems as if it's not closing in just yet.
24 for the loss of 2. So a further 22 runs required by the Dominican team. This one again is on the line of the leg stump and misdirected once again. So he definitely has some pace. It's just a matter of being able to maintain consistency. Haksha.
Yes, quite wrong. I mean, it's under 15 cricket after all, so still a lot of time left for these players to develop with the right guidance, I must say. And so look forward to see how they go. Even in this tournament, in the first game, they may actually blossom as we go forward into the tournament.
So it's a good line, good length. Fontaine once again coming forward. Quite tentatively on that occasion. Delivery pitching and moving away from him. I think that is top delivery, Haksha. If he's able to get that ball in that particular region on more occasions, I think he'll pose more of a consistent or sustained threat for the Dominican top order. This one again is on the line of the off stump. Stroked out to the man there at extra cover. I think it's the end of the over, yes. At the end of the 5th over, Dominica, they are 25 for the loss of 2, chasing a target of 46.
Yes, the skipper there, he wanted a run, but non-striker Darwin Lewis, he declined the run. And at the end of the day, I think that it was the right decision. They are under absolutely no pressure whatsoever to score quickly. And it may have been fraught with danger, especially if they were to lose their skipper via the run-out route. So I think all is well that ends well for Dominica, but St. Vincent, they definitely need to take another 8 wickets within the next 20 runs also.
Well, there's another change of bowling from that northern end. We spoke about it in the last over. What we've seen is Haksha from this southern end, but it's been a gamble for the captain really, or lottery, in terms of finding the right partner to partner him in this bowling combination.
Yeah, so Tittle will be coming into the bowling. Delroy Tittle, and it seems as if he will be coming right around. Or is he a left-hand bowler? Left to be seen. I haven't seen him bowl before. Well, he was quite stodgy when he was batting. Played with a fairly straight bat.
Well, on the team sheet, it has him down as a fast bowler. Not really the makeup that you would normally associate with being a fast bowler, being so diminutive. But let's see how it goes.
Well, he could be a Malcolm Marshall or Fidel Edwards.
So Darwin Lewis is on strike. Tito is on the line of the off stump. A good start from the young man.
Yes, very good delivery. Good line, good length. I think that might be one of the reasons why he has been brought in. I think that the captain is looking for a little bit of control from that end to partner Haksha from the other end, who is looking threatening.
Yes, a very good start from Tito. You mentioned that he looked pretty composed with the bat. His score didn't really reflect any sort of prominence, as this one again is on the line of the off stump. A bit of an inside edge, I believe. Darwin Lewis there coming forward, not with any sort of conviction, as we've seen from many of the batters today. Tito will be pleased, and I'm sure Captain Charles as well will be pleased with the start made by Tito so far.
Yes, he's been bowling a good length, which is important, and his line has been fairly straight. So he's threatening the stumps, which at that pace and at his height as well is a very good thing to be doing.
This one is missing his line this time. Delivery going around the leg side. Another wide given away by the Vincentian team. So they've been naughty as it relates to the wides and extras that they've gifted really to the Dominican team.
Yeah, they'll be very disappointed with that aspect in particular. Several extras in only 5 and a bit overs.
This one is getting the outside edge there, Lewis. As we see Zach Thomas there giving chase and preventing a second. So another single added to the total. It's now 26. Yes, 27 for the loss of 2. Captain Fontaine comes in to strike. The lunch is slated for 1:58 based on the revised playing conditions. We'll get that verified for you from our esteemed match referee.
Yes, we may or may not have play after lunch. So well played there by the skipper, going well forward, covering up any threat that delivery may have posed.
Well, looking at what we've seen so far from Titlo, it's ideal that you're coming forward. He doesn't seem to have the pace to trouble you on the back foot as such. So good batting here from Fontaine. So far he has been resolute in his approach, as this one is well fielded there at backward point. I think it's Ahmad Boy Williams, just dive into his left. And that's the type of fielding effort that would really bring some sort of encouragement to the outfit.
Yes, excellent feeling there from Boy Williams, getting across cat-like to his left, John T. Rose-esque kind of feeling.
It's a full toss this time. He's choking that one nicely there. Fontaine powerfully through extra cover for 4. His first, and the total now moves on to 31 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, 31 for the loss of 2. That was a full delivery. O-ring there in his length was Tittle, and we have seen as well, and we have heard as well before the tournament about the quality of Fontaine, and he was able to just dispatch that just to the left of mid-off and to the right of the extra cover phase-man. Nice boundary there for him, and he'll feel pleased with that. Now Dominica require a further 15 runs for victory.
I'll tell you what, Alonso, we have seen quite a bit of full toss has been served up today. I think that's one of the rare occasions we have seen a batter really making use of that scoring opportunity. And as you mentioned, didn't try to overhit it, just stood tall and just punched it through that region between mid-off and extra cover. Got himself his first boundary. So a good end to that particular over. 31 for the loss of 2, the Dominican team.
Saksha will continue, he'll be bowling.
The captain hasn't been able to find a suitable partner for him in terms of a bowler from the northern end. But he's toiled away, given it his all. It's good to see from the young man. 31 for the loss of 2. Not a short delivery this time. They've been out with the same sort of zest, juice that we saw in an earlier over.
Yeah, that one didn't come off the wicket as quickly, but it's still rushed. Lewis, who was looking to pull that one in front of square, just getting contact enough and sufficient just to get it along the pitch back to the bowler.
This one is full again outside the off stump. Good carry once again. As we see umpire Green perhaps speaking to him about his follow through. Just need to get away from that danger zone. But another good delivery there outside the off stump, and loose shot there from Lewis. Not really coming forward as forward as he should be.
Yes, and that's the area that he got the wicket, just around that off stump area to the left hander earlier. So that's a dangerous area there.
Another short delivery there from Haksha, so definitely not afraid to test the middle of the wicket here against Lewis. Well played in the end, it must be said, from Lewis. Just dropping his wrist, allowing that one to be taken by wicketkeeper Hoyt. Still in good spirits, the Vincentian team, despite the condition of the game at this point in time with the Dominican team relatively cruising towards victory. For the 15 runs required. They're still in good spirits, encouraging their bowler. Just good to see.
Yeah, I think they just got a little word there from the square leg umpire to be ready for the bowler when he's ready.
On this occasion, Haksha being the man to pull out of this delivery. Maybe missing his run up on that occasion.
Yeah, you mentioned several times before that you saw an inkling that had happened, but he still continued and the ball completed his delivery. But on this occasion, he stopped just short of releasing the ball.
This one is on the line of the off stump. And there was Lewis coming forward and stroking it out to cover. And there's no run. So the end of another over from Hackshaw. Completes his fourth. Figures of 2 for 13 so far. And at the end of the 7th over, Dominica responding to 45 made by the Vincentian team. They are 31 for the loss of 2.
So a good over there from Hackshaw, keeping the score at 31. Keeping the pressure from his end. Saw the boundary in the last over that Tittle bowled. He had started very well, Tittle, but just erred in bowling that full delivery in his last over. You would want to make amends for that and bowl another tidy over here and see if he could still, put some pressure on the Dominicans in spite of the fact that they are pretty close to their victory target.
Yes, Tittle to continue from that northern end. Was it a bad effort from him in the previous over, given what we've seen gone before him? But last delivery being a juicy full toss, which Fontaine took full advantage of. Let's see how he goes on this occasion. This one is well bowled. I think he'll just be aiming for that particular line, that particular length, on and about the off stump, not giving any sort of room for Fontaine to free his arms. And I think Fontaine as well, I think he has made an adjustment and is actually batting outside of his crease. This one is short of a length and he's walking it out to the man there at mid-wicket, and a shy at the stump there from Bob. Both batters coming across successfully for another single. 32.
Yeah, that's good thinking. Sorry, that was it. Good thinking from Fontaine. You mentioned that Tittle, he's a short bowler. He's bowling fairly straight, and one of his biggest threats will be the LBW. And Fontaine has decided to take a step or two outside of his crease to take strikes. So that's good thinking there from the young man. We saw that proactiveness from him when he was captaining in the field. So that's good to see.
As Lewis comes in to strike, his time is coming forward once again. So Tittle just on and about the off stump. And seemed to be a bowler depending on accuracy and preying on the patience of the batter. As we mentioned before, given his stature, I think that is definitely the line that he has to bowl. This one is on the line of the leg stump. Walked away down to fine leg by Lewis. Another single, so Dominica doing it very easily here at the Park Hill playing field. 33 for the loss of 2.
As that was nicely turned down the leg side there by Lewis. He has looked quite sedate so far at the crease, but of course there's no scoreboard pressure on him, and he has the opportunity here really to play himself into some type of form for the remaining games, and I think both him and his skipper would want to be there at the end.
Yes, I think that is key in terms of spending some time at the wicket, getting used to conditions here, and that would bode well for them moving forward deep into this tournament. As he's driving again up to the man there at mid-off. A good looking shot there from Fontaine. Finding the middle of regularity now.
Yeah, that was a nice looking drive. Looks quite organized. Not overly stylish and with too much of a flourish, but very compact.
As we see Tittle losing his run up there. I think I saw his father earlier, a police officer. Similar build. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to good things from his son. And quite a number of parents and well-wishers here this morning. They'll be very disappointed with the performance by the Vincentian team, but they're here to support nevertheless.
Well, to be honest, a lot of the players are from this part of the country, and so you would expect that they will be well supported here in Park Hill. Do have a few players as well from the North Leeward side, so if they were playing in Cumberland, they would have had some good support as well. So something that we are seeing in more recent times, that as far as cricket goes, there's an increasing representation from the areas outside of the capital and the suburbs.
And I think it must be said that the role that Orlando Jackson, I'm sure you are quite familiar with him as well, plays in the development of these youngsters. You definitely have to give a huge shout out to Orlando Jackson wherever he is, because most of these youngsters, they actually are part of his setup.
Absolutely. The Lion, Orlando Jackson, former Windward Islands leg spinner. And we'll add to that, I think, as well, Elron Lewis in North Leeward does a lot of work with the youngsters over there as well.
It's Hackshaw into his 5th over, still running in hard. Good line, good length. I think he seemed to be very comfortable against the left-handers, bowling around the wicket, getting that delivery on and about the off stump, and with the movement he's getting back into the left-handers, it's definitely posing to be a significant threat to them.
Yeah, I like what I've seen from him. As you mentioned, there are some things in his run-up, that he will work on over time, but he definitely has the raw materials to develop into a good fast bowler.
This one is edging in the vicinity of the 3rd man region. Should be able to come back for a second. Outfield looking relatively quick, despite the overnight showers that we have had. I mean, we have not had a lot of opportunity to see how the quickness of the outfield, given what we have seen from the batters so far.
Yeah, a lot hasn't been played on the ground, generally speaking, but it has run quite well. It's usually a fairly grass pitch, grass outfield here at Park Hill. We're in the rural area. We do get a lot of rain. We're on the East Coast, so we do get a lot of that relief rain, as they would say, or orographic rain. Going back from my secondary school geography, I think.
Well, I would trust your judgment as it relates to geography, Alanson. Not a favorite subject of mine. As we're seeing Tyrese Hackshaw once again bending his back on that occasion, getting a bit of lift off the wicket. Another short of a length delivery. And this time Lewis is playing it a bit more comfortably. In the end, score remains 35 for the loss of 2. A further 11 runs required here. It's actually 1 past 2, so I believe that the umpires would be just because of the small total and just around 11 runs remaining. We're going to play through this particular period. Lunch was originally slated for 158 as another single. Taken there from the Dominican pair. Not in the most convincing fashion there, Lewis, but all is well that ends well.
Yeah, that one, he wasn't as compact in his defense. Almost played it onto his stumps. Another good delivery there from Hackshaw, who has been impressive. And he would have wished for a bigger total to bowl to defend. But he's doing quite well so far for his team and has definitely looked the pick of the bowlers for the SVG Under 15 team today.
Captain Fontaine is now into strike. This time is he's back and across and playing it up the pitch as another over comes to an end. At the end of the 9th over, the Dominican team responding to 45 made by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They are 36 for the loss of 2.
It's 36 for the loss of 2. They need another 10 runs to win. I think the umpire has signaled that he's going to play on. That's the end of the power play. So 9 overs constitute the first power play. So the second power play will now start. They're able to get a few more fielders outside of the ring. But I think they will continue to attack because that's the only way that they could make some inroads. And with just a handful of runs left, I think that they will just see how many wickets they can get. While the Dominicans will be thinking to themselves, the pair at the crease, Lewis and Fontaine, will be saying, well, it's an opportunity to get some red ink in the scorer's book with a not out.
Yes, as we're going to see another change in bowling. Appears to be the captain himself. Just to verify, yes, number 15, yes, Jordan Charles. Will be disappointed with his dismissal earlier. He certainly looked one of the more assured players in the Vincentian outfit. Really a soft dismissal there, just clipping one to the man there at mid-wicket. And I'm sure moving on deeper into the tournament, the Vincent team will be depending on him to really put up the numbers in terms of scoring runs if they are to really compete with the other teams in this tournament. So a bit of spin, I believe, from Captain Charles. The ball into the left-handed Lewis. And there's a man there, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, cover extra, cover backward point, a solitary slip and a man at short, fine leg. So definitely an in-out sort of feel on the leg side. It's spread it on the leg side. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Leg spinner. Well directed first delivery.
Yes. Interesting action over the top, so you wouldn't expect him to be getting a lot of turn with the leg spinners, but if he has a googly, then he should be able to get some turn and some bounce with that high action.
As we see a change in feel, Stapleton being brought in from the deep mid-wicket region into a short mid-wicket. This one is played out to the man there at short fine leg. Rather unorthodox in that shot from Lewis. Wasn't really a full-blown sweep shot, as they would say. It's a shot we've seen from him against the faster bowler earlier, just working it off his pad. As a change of angle here for Charles coming around the wicket.
Yes, and in case you're wondering, it's now just about 2 p.m. here, and we were supposed to have lunch, but because the game is so close to completion, at least we think so, the umpires have opted to stay out there.
And rightfully so as well. Just about 10 runs for victory. On that occasion, more intent in that sweep shot from Lewis, but not making the type of connection that he wanted. So far, all 3 deliveries perhaps falling where Charles wanted them to go. Once again, good line, good length from the leg spinner.
Yeah, he has looked good so far in his first 3 deliveries. Quite consistent, which you don't often see from a leg spinner, especially such a young leg spinner.
This one is a no ball, so a bit naughty there from a spinner. Should be a free hit for Lewis. Score moves on to 37 for the loss of 2. So an opportunity for Lewis to free his arms and aim somewhere in the region of those coconut trees.
Well, we haven't seen him play a shot in anger since he has been there, but we'll see what he's capable of now.
This one is a full toss and he's swinging it down to the fine leg region for 4. There was Charles perhaps trying a quicker delivery on that occasion, and Lewis taking full advantage of that scoring opportunity. So 4 more added to the total. It's now 41 for the loss of 2. Dominica edging closer to victory.
Yeah, based on the way that he shapes and he has been playing, he seems to favor the onside. And, if he were to ask for a Christmas gift based on his own batting, that would be where he would ask for that ball.
This one again is short of a length and front pin calling him through. A chance for a run out. Haksha there, a rather tired effort there, having bowled 5 overs earlier, as they come through for another single. So the total moves up to 42 for the loss of 2. Dominica cruising here at the Parkway playing field.
Yes, looking good here for the Dominicans. Just a handful of runs away from victory. As we will see Alston Bob Jr., he'll be introduced to the bowling attack, vice captain for this St. Vincent and Grenadines under 15 team. And the Dominicans will be, just looking to themselves, just reinforcing as they have that conversation mid-pitch, just reinforcing the fact that we just need a handful of runs. It's just a matter of just pushing it around, and if we get anything that is loose, then we could put it away. But, just 4 runs for victory. Let's just keep the partnership unbroken as the game comes to an end, while Bob will be looking to buy a wicket or 2 here.
So it's Lewis facing up to Bob. Bob didn't trouble the scorers earlier was dismissed for a duck. I'm sure he'll be looking to maybe add to his wickets column with whatever brief spell he's afforded here at this time. So there's a man at mid-on, mid-off, cover extra, cover backward, point slip. This is a short delivery outside the off stump, but there's Lewis playing it in his own unique way, out to the man there at extra cover. There's a man at short fine leg and a man at deep square leg. So not the type of, as this is a full toss and an appeal there from the Vincentians. Lewis there will feel that he would have missed out on a juicy full toss there served up by Bob.
Yeah, he got another one similar to the one that he dispatched on the free hit, but wasn't able to capitalize on that occasion.
It's Bob again pushing this one through. And there goes Lewis, covers up. So he seems to be the type of player who knows his limitations, Lewis. And is prepared to bat long, something that we did not see from the Vincentian, the majority of the Vincentian batters.
Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth, Osnet.
Another full toss. He's swinging this one out to deep square leg for a well-deserved victory here from the Dominican team. Lewis finishes it in style, and in the first match in the WINLOTT Super 6 Windward Island Under 15 tournament, the Dominican team, they are victorious. At the Park Hill playing field, just a bit of confusion, I guess, in terms of whether it's actually the end of the match.
It is.
But it is. Both batters there being a bit perplexed. But it's a very good all-round performance here from the Dominican team. Having won the toss this morning, elected to bowl first, they were able to make consistent inroads into the Vincentian batting lineup. And they had a shaky start with the bat, but Captain Fontaine and Lewis were able to just nullify any sort of sustained threat from the Vincentian bowlers, and in the end, a well-deserved victory for the Dominican team.
Yes, they were comprehensively and convincingly, and we would also say significantly ahead of the St. Vincent Grenadines Under 15 team on this occasion, and they deserve to win. We saw from the captain and also from Lewis the propensity to want to be at the crease, and we didn't see that from enough of the Vincentian batsmen, even the top order. You know, there was not that permanence that was suggested by the batsmen at any point, and I think that is something that they will have to reconsider and work very hard on as they go further into this tournament, because definitely Lewis and Fontaine have shown them the way here this afternoon.
Yes, I think the lack of partnerships is what really dented the progress of the Vincentian team. They were not able to forge any tickle at the top of the order, middle of the order, and even as he was speaking of the lower order didn't really from a Vincentian perspective, Haksha, he was impressive with the ball, but he never really had any support from the other end, and in the end the Dominicans were just too good on this particular day for the Vincentian team.
Yeah, and we also saw from Dominica earlier when they bowled, a very good performance, 3 for 8 runs from Dylan John, who was the pick. We'll see St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they will be up against, let me just get that quickly for you, they will be up against St. Lucia tomorrow on Dominica. And I'm not too sure what is the result at Cumberland or if that game has been concluded, but sure you'll be able to change streams and find out that at some point. So St. Lucia is taking on Grenada at Cumberland.
Yes, so a difficult day in the field for the Vincentian team. They'll be looking to recuperate and come back strong tomorrow amidst all the support that we have in here at the Parkway playing field. So from my commentary team and scorers, umpires here at the Parkway playing field, we are simply saying we're heading out, and hope you join us tomorrow for that other encounter.